Okay, leading the final table, start preparing your deck.
Alrighty, folks. Testing, 1, 2, 3. I hope I'm coming through loud and clear. Welcome to the live coverage of the WPT career. This is the final 6. We have made our way through a vast amount of entries here. Prize pool over 1.2 million. But we have come down to this moment. These 6 gentlemen all throwing their hat into contention to win that trophy, the champion ring, and of course the beautiful 214,000 US dollars that will go to our eventual champion here today. It's a pleasure to be calling all of this live coverage action alongside my fellow commentator. It is me, Richard Cooper, joined in the booth alongside the legendary man himself, Akshay Kapoor.
Thank you so much, Richard. Yes, you're definitely right. We've seen some fearless bluffs, some calculated plays, and this table promises drama,
Well, the clock
excitement, and the kind of
continues
poker
to call the
magic
final
that
6
keeps us all
players
on the edge of our
for this
seats.
WPT Korea event. With 15 minutes remaining on the 75,000, 125,000, 125,000 NT level, dealer with dealer button seat number 5, begin to deal, please.
And it's going to be really, really exciting here, Richard, if any of these players have seen last night coverage so that they can understand how Lee was playing as a chip leader. So maybe they can try to play back at him. We do have
Yeah.
one Japanese player on this final table.
Well, straight into some actions for Mr. Meow under the gun, looking down at the pocket rockets, playing a nice stack of 9 million. We see him go a little bit crazy yesterday with some wide 3 bets, some unneeded aggression, but he has made it through here to the final 6. So let's see what he does. Min open plus a bit from early position. Doesn't look like he's going to find any action for his rockets.
We do have a two big blind stack on our final table. That is a Japanese player who's only playing two big blinds, so all the players would probably wait. Oh, wait, my bad. Sorry. He's playing 16 big blinds. Oh, I was reading somewhere which was stating that he had only two big blinds. My bad, folks. He doesn't have two big blinds. He has 16 big blinds. Well, Lee has been a dominant force on this final table, playing almost 40% of the total chips in play. The winner of this final table is gonna go home richer with $215,000, a WPT trophy, and a prestigious WPT main event ring. Sorry. What is going to be your strategy here, Richard, if you are not Lee and any of the other players?
Honestly, just given how aggressive Lee and a couple of the others are, I think I'm just doing a lot of stack preservation here and just waiting for value. What about
Absolutely
you,
correct
Akshay?
there, Richard. I mean, I'm on the same line as you. I would probably, you might have heard, and even our viewers at home would have heard that you will get paid to fold. Like you would get paid to sit on a table, and all you have to do is just fold your hand, and that is exactly what you need to do on this final table. You can just take a step back, let like few guys get eliminated first, and just relax and just see how money is made by folding.
Absolutely, Akshay. Well said there. One man that is definitely not going to be waiting for the action is Mr. Dong Lee. He's been ever so active. I'm sure he will continue. Blinds at
Who do you think, Richard,
75.
is the
And yeah,
sorry?
snap. Go for it there, buddy. I was just announcing the blind 75K and 125K. But what were you about to say?
I was just about to ask you, who do you think is the most experienced player on this final table?
I mean, that is actually a good question. I'm not sure.
Any guesses?
Honestly,
This guy
no.
claims
What
to
about
have
you?
more than this guy claims to have more than 25 years of poker experience. That is very, very close to my age. And that is the man on
Yep,
our
me
screen,
too.
Mr. Meow.
25 years. Wow, that's quite some
Yep,
run.
that's what that's what he mentioned when he was given a form to fill, to where he was asked how many years do you think you have experience playing poker. He said 25 years. And Richard, none of these six players are professional poker players. I mean, how hard would you feel when you're a professional poker player and you don't make it this far, whereas businessmen, like people from different genre, coming in and making such a big final table?
Yeah, definitely wouldn't be feeling too great about myself if I fancied myself a pro.
Definitely. Well, he's definitely playing like a pro, so I'm not sure if that information is correct, because he just knows how to make the best use of his big stack. I don't know. It's just sometimes so hard to trust people when you play poker, right? You just every time you're just thinking in the back of your mind, oh, am I getting bluffed or not?
Raise and take it for Mr. Meow, easy as you like. 25 years in poker experience. We did see that yesterday with some of those spicy three bets. Not afraid to take some of those marginal spots, and that's just what experience breeds.
Alrighty, I don't think you'll get it, but I'll still ask you. So our chip leader, Mr. Lee Dong Lee, what do you think his occupation is? What do you think he does full time? I can tell you that
Maybe like
it
an
requires you to
influencer.
be no. I'll tell you, I'll give you a hint. It requires you to be really, really smart, like an intelligent person.
Mm, something in medicine.
No. I mean, medicine people rarely play poker these days. They're just too busy
Well,
operating
that's
on
a,
people.
yeah, that's what I was just trying to go for something out of the ordinary. Now, looking down at a premium, though, actually, in the cutoff, ladies, good enough for the open.
Queen, for me out. Does anyone do tango with him? Yongli with the ace 3 off in the small blind, facing in a late position open. Definitely has some properties if he wants to go 3 bet this one, but he's smartly going to fold. And we have Takio Kimura with 8-7 off. What we saw yesterday with a Japanese player, he wanted to be the first person to take the aggression, but when the aggression is put on him, he takes the passive route. So Richard, our chip leader, Dong Lee, is a programmer, and he's been playing poker for 5 years now. And the player with the least poker experience is Mr. Ding Ding Guan, who's been playing poker for just 1 year, and describes himself as a freelancer. I don't know what he freelances in, but that is his
Sounds a
occupation.
bit shady.
I mean, when you write down freelancer, you just open the world to assumptions. You could be doing so many things. Like you could be like a crypto trader. All right. So let's say if you reach to the final table and you have to write something funny, like funny occupation that what you do, like you don't have to be honest about it. What would you write? So that when
Uh,
commentators are reading, when
Professional
commentators are
gambler.
going through it, professional gambler. Okay.
Yep.
I'll probably write because I know you were gonna ask me the same question. That's so I'll tell you just anyways. I'll probably write avocado farmer.
Avocado farmer. Why avocado?
Yeah, I mean, when did you find avocados to be cheap?
I mean, that's one way to think about it. Yep.
So I want people to think I'm really rich, and I'm here to just
I'd probably
gamble when
say.
I'm just sitting there tight. Sorry, go on.
I'd probably say, yeah, I'd probably say something to the extent of like, I made my money very quickly, but I'm quite stupid, just so that they think I'm loose. Like I got very lucky to make all
I
this
know.
money, something like that.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Well, I mean, something that's not very fair actually is giving Mr. Meow aces twice at the final table so far.
Well, life is not fair, Richard. So we have to be okay with whatever the world is giving to us. I mean, he hasn't won any big pots so far. So, I mean, we really can't complain. Like, none of these players have picked up any hands that, they can play back at him. Ding Ding taking his time. Not sure why, because the, he's burning on with the time cards. Probably he's very new to this, final table. Not really sure what hands to call, especially at this stage. Right. But you want to be really tight here. Like queen 8, queen 9 will be like in different hands, and like you probably start defending queen 10 plus versus an under the gun open. So your like offsuit defend range goes super tight when you have a high ICM. Do you think just Dong's just sitting back, just like letting people know that he's not gonna play that aggressive today because he's aware that people might have seen the live stream, or is it just like he's just soaking in all the final table pressure and he's just gonna come at all these players after like let's say 15 to 30 minutes? What do you think is gonna happen?
Yeah, I think maybe a mix of both. I think maybe just needing to balance his strategy. So quite wild yesterday. So maybe just start off slow and then pump up the gas as it gets later on at this final table. Because I think the benefit of doing this, playing quite slowly in the beginning and having been aggressive the previous day, your table mates just may think that you haven't picked up a hand. And so when you do start blasting off, maybe you get a little bit more respect because they're like, whoa, maybe this guy's finally picked up a hand. I need to get out of here.
Absolutely. That's a very nice strategy. A nice thought process from my co-commentator while we see a walk being given to Mr. Meow with ace four off it. He's up to 11 million now, inching closer to our chip leader, Mr. Dong.
Well, for a good time yesterday, he
Sorry.
definitely was our undisputed chip leader. And then he made a series of three bets that kind of got called down and three bet into the nuts, etc. and that saw him take quite a knock to his stack. But nice to see he's amassed a good stack now, pretty much even Stevens with Mr. Lee Dong.
Well, that's the sign of, a true champion. Every time they go down, they just come back stronger. And that is what we have seen from Meow. He was getting three bet by Kang yesterday and just taking the beat left, right, and center, but he's just recovered very well. We don't have Kang anymore on the final table, but we still have Meow. And that is where the experience comes in play. He did mention that he's been playing poker for 25 years now, so he knows like how things operate, especially closer to the money. When the money is so big, it's like a life-changing amount. You're playing for more than $200,000 up top.
%100 there, actually. Another walk being given here to the blinds, so definitely an indication of tighter approach here at the final six. I think maybe everybody just not wanting to be that first busto from the table.
Absolutely correct there, Richard. Maybe they're just warming up, just getting that heat, getting that blood flow run in their body, and once that is done, when the body is heated, they'll probably start blasting some three bets, some four bets, because all of these players are capable of doing light three bets and four bets, which I'm really excited to see today, because this is where you basically get to hammer your opponents. Alrighty, Kimura with King 10 off under the gun. Might open this one. I just really hope that he doesn't jam.
Yeah, and Mr. Kimura does just decide to go ahead and put it at risk here with the King 10-0, 1.7 million behind, so only playing a stack of 11 big blinds. Decide that the King 10-0 is good enough. Does leave himself 200k behind, so one and a bit big blinds. So it pretty much is the all-in, not all-in. It's going to get it through this time. Nobody looking down at any callable holdings. So nicely timed aggression by Kimura. He'll pick up the blinds and the ante.
Pocket fives. The first time that we get to see that Mr. Tong Lee has an openable hand, and he's gonna use that opportunity. But ding ding with the pocket rockets here, pocket aces, the black solid aces, the number one hand in poker, decides to go all in. Just 15 big blinds. Maybe a bit too much for Dongley to call here with pocket fives, knowing that the players are going to be jamming very, very tightly. But we did see him making some calls with these like small pocket pairs. We saw him calling with fives and also pocket deuces. But he has to be careful here because the players are going to be extremely tight, and exactly he's studied his ranges and he's making this fold very quickly, not wasting any time bank. He's like, gamble, let's gamble with aces. Man,
Very
I
nice
tell
there, showing the
Richard,
aces.
yeah, Richard, I'll tell you, I've
Yeah.
fallen for this trick so many times, right? So I'll open and these players would jam, like when I play in Vietnam, Korea, and anywhere in the world, and they'll basically tell me, let's gamble, let's gamble. And I'm like, okay, let's gamble. And then they show me aces. And
Oh
I
my
just tell
goodness,
them,
that's
mate,
just dirty.
yeah, I just tell them, mate, it's not gamble when you do this with aces. It's all skill. So yeah, I'm just too naive for this
Funny.
game, Richard.
That's it, man.
I had a funny conversation yesterday with a friend, right? So recently my YouTube has monetized, like I've recently like hit on like the first milestone. So I was basically telling my friend, hey, now you can buy membership on my YouTube channel. He was like, why do I need to buy the membership? Like, what do I get? And this is, we're just talking about like, this is $2, right? $2 a month. Okay. So it's not even $2, like it's $1 a month. Okay. So I just basically like, I look straight at him and I just tell him, mate, if you buy my membership, you can talk to me. So like, what do you mean?
That's
Talk to me.
funny.
I'm like, I'm just gonna only. It was so funny. We laughed for like 30 minutes. He's like, I talk to you every day, man.
Well, I mean,
I
it's pretty.
did tell him that thing. Sorry, go on.
Sorry, I think I lost you there. I was trying to say that your YouTube monetization is pretty much like you just starting your own OnlyFans account.
That's exactly what they said, right? It's you starting your OnlyFans and we paying for it. So what are we gonna get? I'm like, nothing that you would expect that I would do it for OnlyFans, not for at least a
You're gonna
dollar,
get
you know?
you're gonna get all of my dirty bluffs.
Yeah,
Dirty
definitely.
bluffs.
Man. There we go. Moving on to the next hand. We are still with six people on this final table. We have seen aces couple of times. There are two players I'm really looking forward to watch on this final table. One obviously is Dong Li, and the other is Mr. Lin Baji. He's been playing very aggressively on to the final three tables. So and now he has the chips, so he's someone that can definitely play back. So really looking forward to watch him. There we go. Lee with 8-7 off goes for a raise. It goes for 425, and Mr. Ding Ding with ace queen in the big blind. 2.2 million for him. I think he's just gonna put all the money in, and look how happy he is, and not just wasting any time, and just goes for that quick all in. Would have loved to see him tank a little bit, but that's all right. Dong Li trying to save his face, taking a bit of time before he makes this fold with 8-7 off. He's like, just mate, you pick up aces the last time we were involved. Now you're picking another premium. Don't do that, Jimmy. I am the chip leader. I am the captain of this ship. There we go. These are the chip counts for you folks. Dong Li still a chip leader with 11 million. Mao very close. Only 5 big blinds behind him. And our Japanese player, the shorty of this final table, with only 11 big blinds. Well, Dongli on the button with 6-4 off. Well, at this time, he doesn't seem like he needs any cards. He'll be happy with any two to open from the button. But he has to be really careful because number two chip leader is on the big blind and he's gonna probably defend a lot. And you don't wanna play too many pots when you're number one and number two. But we are gonna take down the pot with 6 high. There we go. He's got some juices that have started to flow in his body, and now he's basically started to get used to this final table and might see him open a lot more hands now. Like if he's opening 6-4 off, he's probably opening 90% of the range from the button, and it's going to be really exciting times when he goes to the post flop and shows his opponents his holding.
Well, one of the shortest stacks at the table in the big blind, Mr. Lin Ji Bao. We did see yesterday, not scared to get involved in pots, but now just playing a very small stack. Can't afford to get involved in any marginal holdings at this stage. Needs to pick his hands very carefully.
Well, Lin with the suited A7, playing 2.4 million. This hand normally in theory would like to jam or 3-bet, never calling, but we see Lin folding. Probably because the Japanese player only have 11 big blinds, so you just don't want to take an unnecessary risk. But would have loved to see something, at least a call or a 3-bet. And yeah, but we do see him fold, and that would mean that Yong gets to defend his big blind with King 4 of diamonds. While Queen 8-4, top pair, top kicker for Mr. Meow. Bottom pair for Lee with King 4. 925, 300k bet and a call. Looking for that 4 or a king. Well, that's not going to happen because the turn breaks down a 5 of hearts. Meow would still feel confident about his holding, and we might see him bet a little bit bigger this time. The pot is 1.5 million. He goes for half pot, a bit more than half pot, and takes down this one. Accurately played by both the players. And Lin just getting out of trouble, folding that ace-7 of diamonds. He would have been in rough shape if he chose to do anything but fold in that hand.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think it's also important that, as the big stack, if you plan on being aggressive, that you see bet and follow through on the turn multiple times so that the table can see that that is your general strategy. That way, when you actually do wake up with value, you maybe get called a little bit looser than they should be, thinking that your C bet is coming in with too much of a high frequency.
Another premium for Mr. Meow, ace jack off on the cutoff. Yeah. Well, after winning that part, Meow might be our new chip leader of this final table. We'll just wait for the graphics to show up so that we can confirm who the chip leader is on this final table. But it's pretty sure it's number one, number two for Mr. Meow and Mr. Lee, and everyone else playing sub 20 big blinds.
Yeah, now just going off of what I said last time, Cena's has been getting premiums and not been getting much action. I think now he needs to flip the strategy around and make sure that he's not opening too wide, because people have noticed his VPIP, I can tell you that much, and his stack.
There we go. Bao Jilin with King Jack off, playing 2.4 million. Opening into our second chip leader, and definitely is going to find some resistance if Dongli wakes up with
Oh,
any hand. Do you see an all-in coming here, Richard?
mm,
Or just too good to shove?
well, there we go. He answered it quick enough for us. All in from Mr. Lee Dong out of the big blind with the King 10 suited. Ooh, and Lin Bao Ji Bao just lays it down. And
I
that's
kind of
the question you
predicted
got to
that.
ask yourself. Yep, absolutely. Definitely predicted it myself too. Carry on, Akshay.
Yeah, like you got to be really, really careful when you're opening the big blind, because if the big blind wakes up or just sees anything good, he's just gonna come at you. He's realizing that you can't really call him that light because there are like three players shorter than you. So, and exactly, Dong has been the player who's just identified that since he sat on this table, and is just exploiting his opponents. But King 10, a very good hand to shove there from the big blind versus a late position open. Pocket fives for Yog, playing 4 million. I think he would probably be third in chips. 7-8 for Dongli. Might let this one go because the big blind is on the shorter side. 7-6 off. Probably something you don't want to defend when you're covered. as Yong Lee is probably going to be opening, let's say 25% of the range, so it's going to be like 10% tighter because he's covered by the small blind pair, and he is playing on the final table of one of the biggest stages in Korea, the WPT Korea main event, where the winner is going to go home with more than $215,000. This is the first part of our poker festival here, Richard. We have the WPT Korea starting the proceedings, and then we would be followed with Red Dragon Poker Tour. And to finish off things, we'll have the Korea Poker Cup.
Absolutely. Spectacle here for the Jeju Poker Festival 2024. If you are anywhere close to South Korea, it's not too late to hop on a flight, get down here, get involved in the action. We have something for everybody, all different buy-ins available. So please come down, throw your hat in the ring, and you could stand chance to win not only nice prize money, but one of those beautiful WPT, RDPT, or KPC trophies. All raise and take it for Lee Dong. Kind of just moving chips around at this stage. No real large interactions as of yet. As Akshay said, maybe just getting warmed up. They have already played 4 days of poker. Definitely the fatigue starting to settle in here on day 5.
Have you reached like any main event, like live main event that you've played so far, Richard?
No, I've never played a main event live, to be honest.
Okay. There's a reason I ask you because like when you're playing this multiple days, or like let's say day 3, day 4, when you like reach the final table on day 3, day 4, day 5. I've done it once in my life, and the reason I ask you is because I find it really hard to sleep a night prior to this because of the all the adrenaline juices running inside my body. We'll talk about adrenaline. We do have pocket aces for Ding Ding one more time, and this time it is still against the Dong Li, who's opening the action with King 3 off.
No action for the aces for Ding Ding again. He shows the table.
And folks, if you're watching this live, we please request you to like the stream, subscribe to the channel, and even if you're going to watch this video later on during your relaxed time, we do appreciate if you like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps us. It really helps the whole back end people who's working tirelessly to bring you this coverage for free. This is all HD quality, and it takes a lot of effort to bring you all the live updates, the live coverage from WPT Korea. Meow, raising with a6 suited on the button. Again, a very solid hand. But we see King Queen for bow. Probably you wanna call this one. You can even jam, but probably calling makes more sense here, considering that there are shorter stacks on this final table. Alrighty. Well, we do see an all-in. And the important thing is if Mia is gonna make this call or not with a suited ace. The shove is for only 10 bigs, like 12 bigs. So a6 might be doing all right, facing an all-in from the small blind. What do you think here, Richard? A6 call or not?
I mean, it's pretty tight for sure, either way. Yeah, and I can't fault him for folding at the end of the day.
Yeah, probably. Well, most of the times he's either going to be dominated or have like three outs to an ace. So a good fold by him. Queen 8 off for a chip leader playing 13 million. Well, each pot here is too much here. The pot is already 375k without any raises. As we see Meow open up the action with ace nine of hearts. So every raise, every pot means so much, even if you are like short stack or big stack, because you're just extending your lead. If you're playing a massive stack, and if you're playing a shorter stack, then you're basically getting the fuel to stay in the game. We have an all-in and a call here. The first all-in and a call here on the final table, Richard. King 10 off versus the ace 9 suited. Meow with the lead, but this is a very close to a flip.
Player at
55-45.
10 of diamonds against ace 9 of hearts. Let's see the flop.
On to the flop we go here.
And the flop is 2, 7, 3, 2 hearts. The opponent is
Well,
ahead.
it's gonna take the
Player raised
10 of hearts
with the king 10.
away from Kimura.
Turn,
Now he needs to hit the black kings
turn,
or a
shows
10.
deuce of the spades. And opponent takes the square. Let's see the river.
Kimura
Shows a 9 of
very,
spades
very
for the
poised.
player.
And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Hand of applause to Mr. Kimura. GG to you, sir. Eliminated in 6th place. Unable to find one of those cards he was searching for on the river. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we are down to the final 5. 16 big blinds for Mr. Lin and Mr. Dong. 85 BBs up top. Followed closely by Mr. Meow with 80 big blinds. Still anybody's game at this stage, actually.
Yep. That is absolutely correct, Richard. It's anyone's game. Like if you are a short stacker, you get a double up, you are back in the game. Even if you are like the chip leader, you're not just sure that you're gonna take this one down. But we do have two clear chip leaders on this table, in the name of Dong Lee and Mr. Meow. Both very talented and skilled player. As we see Meow open up the action one more time with suited king, king deuce, and this time he's raising into the number one chip leader on this table. Again, we are going to have number one and number two fight versus each other. Dong with 10-9 off can defend this one. No need to 3-bet. Keep the pot small. As we see an ace queen 9 board. Bottom pair for Dong Lee versus king high for Mr. Meow.
Does favor the pre-flop aggressive board range, excuse me. So nice c-bet from Meow. Called off by Mr. Dong, not going anywhere. A little bit sticky. 3 on the turn. Let's bring the second spade on the board. However, no spades. Either player's holding, so quick check through. Meow finds some showdown in the deuce, but I'm sure. Oh, I thought Dong might have tried something spicy there, actually.
Too thin to go for like a value bet on the river, like because your opponent can have all the queen x when they check the turn and some inferior ace x like ace 4, ace 5. So it's alright. I mean, checking, taking down the pot, getting the chip lead. I'm really surprised how Meow played that hand though. Like I would have loved to see him bet on the turn and like try to put pressure on Dongli because it's always been the other way around. Him getting pressured by the other stacks and not him putting pressure on them. He had the lovely opportunity because that board kind of favored his range.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm surprised. I'm not saying I would have done it myself, but Mr. Lee Dong showing us yesterday not afraid of any action. So
Sevens for Yong Lee.
pocket seven, seven from heavens. Mr. Lee Yong hasn't actually been involved in a hand so far, actually. So he'll open up for the first time here from the cutoff. Well, decision time on Lee Dong. King 7 suited. We've seen him call off with less. He's getting the count. Lee Yong, pocket sevens all in for 4 million. And eventually he does make the fold. But folks, the only reason we sound a little bit surprised is just given that we've been watching him play for the past 4 days. So we have built up quite our opinions of him so far. Well, very conservative play. Yong Lee folding the king jack suited there versus the early position raise. Just showing respect to that position.
200, 300, 300. 韩国葡萄杯主赛事 A 组结束首盘射盲200、300，大盲前入300。
Raise and taken down for Mr. Lin. And I believe the blinds have increased here, Richard. There was some announcement being made in the background. We're gonna see Lin move all in from the big blind with ace 10 off. I mean, Dong just opening 100% of his range at this point of time.
Yeah, literally 10 do so. Interesting open there for sure. But actually, I like the strategy just given how tight everybody else is playing. I mean, we're seeing King Jack folded, we're seeing Ace Jack folded. A lot of players just playing very tight.
Well, this would definitely feel very, very strong with ace 3 off. This might just seem premium for Mr. Dong, who's just been opening everything. Good fold there by Ding Ding with ace jack. People might think, oh, he's folding super tight, but he's facing an open from early position. Oh, there we go. This is number one, number two going at it. King 4 suited being used as 3-bet. Really like that here, Richard. Using those suited King X to use as bluffs. But Tongli just can't do anything. He's just handcuffed when he faces a 3-bet from the number one or number two. They were playing very close, so it's very hard to determine who's number one and who's number two. Well, there we go. He's going to be happy about that, winning that pot, taking down with just 10 high, getting a walk. These are the updated chip counts. Our chip leader, Mr. Dongli, with 80 big blinds, 12 million, and closely behind him is Mr. Mao with 77. That is why it's very hard to determine who's number one and number two on this table. We are playing five-handed, short-handed table, so you're gonna be extending your ranges here a lot. Meow with pocket deuces. Hand with no blockers, so kind of tricky to open this one, but he's still going to go for it. Only is gonna come along from the small blind, and Ding's gonna get out of this hand. So this is again a battle between the 1 and 2. These two players playing super, super deep for a final table like this one. Deuces versus pocket nines. Well, 3 overcards for pocket deuces and some backdoors working for 10-9. Let's see what deuces decide to do here. Probably go check, check. Ooh, the turn brings a 3. Pairs the board. But how many 8x is Mr. Dongli defending from the small blind? But he can have some pairs. He can have hands like 9s and 10s that he might just cold call from the small blind. Not cold call, like just call facing an open. Meow probably would have to call at least one here just to meet the minimum defense frequency, MDF. That is what is being known in the poker industry. Onto the river we go. The river is an ace of diamonds, no help for Dong Li. And this card is generally better for the pre-flop raiser. So let's see if Dong Li decides to be creative here. Well, no, and the deuces are going to win this one. Meow, becoming a chip leader. He's like, mate, I had juices. I had you on bluff. And there we go. The chip leader of our final table. And Ding Ding getting water bottles for everyone. A very nice gesture by him.
Well, he's been given aces twice, so as they say, pay it forward and you'll get it back again. So he's probably hoping to get aces a third time and actually get some value. Line still 75 and 150k, with that 150k anti-active on the big blind each round. So expensive poker being played, 375k in the middle before anybody V-pips. And again, we do see these two tangoing. Pretty passive until the turn. Mr. Meow checking back after making top pair on this turn. Dong Li going to hang himself, and that's probably what Mr. Meow had in mind. Oh my goodness, drama on the river. 5, seemingly low card. However, the flush does get there. That'll have Meow worried. Dong a little worried too. However, he does make set on the river. Only worried about a flush draw. Does he go for a value bet is the question. And yes, he does. Get the exact amount in a second. 2 million is what he decides to go for. Now gonna fire time bank in the center. Has to have a look and think about this one for sure. It's a big bet. It's for the chip lead.
Registration is open. To those who are interested, may proceed to our registration area.
He's got to be thinking that if he makes this call and he's correct, he's sitting with around about 15 million in chips and pulls ahead almost double of the stack of Li Dong, which is a great position to be in. However, if he's incorrect, oh my goodness, he makes the one chip call and he's going to see the bad news. Mr. Li Dong, full value for him. What a river card. Ladies and gentlemen, you're looking at the new chip leader, Li Dong, 15 million, pulling ahead of Meow, down to just 9 million now. Oh my goodness, dramatic scenes here at the feature table. Don't go anywhere, folks. Happened so quickly. Here we go. 98 big blinds for Dong after that hand. Meow 62, Young 33, and then our two shorties is Bao with 21, and of course 16 big blinds for Yong Lee down there at the bottom. Excuse me, not Yong Lee. Lin Baoji is his name. Well, nice hand for the ever active chip leader. Nobody looking down at any defendable hand. Raise and take it, easy as you like. That's it. That's all it takes, ladies and gentlemen. Once you have the chips, use them. Use them wisely, of course, but use them frequently. And that's the way you retain that chip lead. Well, I feel like a stuck record when I say Lee Dong coming for the open. But yes, VPIP being very high at the moment with the stack. Pocket fives, good enough from the early position. And again, second hand in a row, he's going to take down uncontested pre-flop. Very nice, young man. Continue. Over 660 entries into this one. An absolute spectacle. We only had about 3 flights to get in as well, so a lot of runners for this main event. It brought the prize pool to around about 1.2 million US dollars. Juicy money here at the WPT Korea. The champion of this one, of course, walking away with a cool 214,000 US dollars. And I may add, not only do they get the trophy along with that prize money, but they also get the very, very sought after and newly minted championship ring. And I mean, if you've seen them, I can tell you this much: NFL Super Bowl rings have nothing on them. Alrighty, tango time. Now, real premium under the gun. Looking down at the Cowboys. loving life when he sees that 3-bet from Dong. Dong, of course, beautiful 3-bet opportunity out of the small blind versus the second chip leader. And now when facing a 4-bet, easy fold. So that's the beauty of doing this with your balancing part of your range, such as your ace 5-0, your ace 6-0, your king 6-0, your king 5-0, is that if you do get 4-bet, it's a straightforward fold. But if you start doing this with a slightly better holding, that's when your decision becomes that much more difficult and you seem to get attached. Nice one there from Mel. Good pickup.
What do you make of that 4-bet sizing, making it to 3.5?
What was the 3-bet?
So it went from a race, then the 3-bet was to 1 million, and then 4-bet was to 3.5.
Oh, I mean, it's very, very large, I think.
I think,
What do you think?
I think he could just go like, yeah, I think it's just massive for me. I would probably
Yeah.
can just go for like 1.7, 1.5.
For
So
sure.
yeah, maybe two at max
2
with
max.
kings.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, but I would
You kind of want
personally
to
go like
induce.
1.5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would personally go 1.5, and especially when you don't have as many bluffs as the solver would, you can really go smaller than even 1.5. You just go like min. So basically, whatever the difference between one and the initial bet, you can just make that difference and just go for that 4-bet size. Who do you think is gonna take this one down, Richard? I'm ready for my first side bet. That also depends who you choose, by the way. There we go. Young goes for a raise with ace 9 off.
Okay, let's go.
Can I pick this one like the first? I want to pick first here because I always give you or the other players the chance to pick the first guy. This time I
Sure.
want to be the first, and I'm gonna pick the favorite, the chip leader, Mr. Dongli.
Okay, that's tough. I do like him a lot.
But we can go like a snake draft where I pick one, then you get to pick other two, and then I can pick one and we can give one to the audience.
Okay, cool. Let's do it. So
Awesome.
you've got Lee Dong.
Yeah, that's my first pick. Yeah.
Okay, I've got Mr. Meow. And I've got
Okay.
Lee
Fair.
Yong.
Okay. Is that the guy in the gray? Right? Oh no, which one? Sorry, the one that is playing this one. This
Under the
pot?
gun. UTG, yeah.
Under the gun. Okay. Oh, nice. Cool. And I'll pick the other Lee. So I'll have both the Lees. So I have Dong Lee and then I have Lin. I think the one in the gray
Lin Baoji.
sweatshirt.
Lin Baoji.
Lin Baoji. Yeah. I'll have that. I'll have him. And then the chat can have the Ding Ding, the most
Ding Ding.
fun player
Oh my
on this
goodness, I
planet.
forgot about Ding Ding. I forgot about Ding Ding.
Right.
But I think it's
How can you
suiting that the
forget?
chat gets the most fun player on the table.
Yeah, definitely. But what if the chat wins? What are we gonna do for the chat? If the chat player wins, we gotta do something for them. What about we'll both go on to a Michelin star and post a selfie on Instagram about having a Michelin star deal together, a Michelin star food together.
Sounds great.
Maybe the chat can pay for it. Here we
Brilliant.
go. Ding moving all in for 2.1 million.
Well, the table knows that he didn't have aces, otherwise he would have shown.
Well, that's the problem of showing them twice, you know. If you don't show it the third time, they don't believe you.
That's it. And now is when I would start playing some reverse table tactics on them. If I was ding ding, I would make some slight smile when I look down at a holding, or look a little bit too excited every time I have a marginal holding. And then I'll just open shove, and I think everybody will fold.
101 of the Richard book of what not to do in poker tables.
Seven deuce off. Yes. All in. Call. 5 callers. Two shorties at this feature table, both on 16 big blinds. So when we hit that next blind level increase, if they haven't done something, they will be in the danger zone below the 15 big blind mark. No danger zone for Meow. Ace queen. Oh, good enough to open from the early position. He's got the stack as well to do it with. There we go. Lee Dong will come along, that's for sure. Jack 10 suited, good enough to see a flop. Let's go ding ding, all in with the 7 deuce. Would have been fun. Queen 8-3. Mr. Meow connecting with his top pair. Great kicker. Got shot for Dong Lee. He does have backdoor diamonds as well working for him, so he'll come along facing this 300k 3-bet. Excuse me, C-bet. Scare card on the turn for both players. River pairs the board. Let's see if Lee Dong decides to rep that king. He doesn't, and I'm sure we'll just see Meow figure it out now. He's got the best hand. Value bet incoming. Probably go nice and small as well. 450k, yep. Very nice. Around about 30%. Just less. 25% or something like that. Lee Dong going to play time card. Just does have Jack 10 in his holding, so nothing to really write home about. Playing the board mostly. Wow. Lee Dong actually putting on an absolute clinic here. Just going to go for it on the river. Meow. 3 big blinds was his initial bet for value. And now he's left with his mouth open. And a whole lot of wonder. 3 million is this raise? Around about 7x, 6x. Meow's bet. Over pot
Well, that's the
shove.
problem.
Yeah, carry on.
That's the problem, when you open up the betting round. But I personally don't like this race because, like, he doesn't have the right blockers. Like, he's blocking the actual folds of Meow, who might be bluffing. So, I won't be surprised if Meow makes this call. He does have the ace of clubs. I know the board has paired, but I don't feel like an eight would always raise this river. They might just call because of the presence of flush. So, I mean, not a big fan of this raise. I mean, this might work at some times, but like you really need to have the right blockers to do so. Unless he's picked up a read from the betting that he's chosen for, because the bet was too small on the river, and that is why Dong has just decided to go very, very big to put that maximum pressure. It just feels like a pair, It feels like a queen or a king, never an eight or a flush. So that is what Dong is trying to exploit by going really big.
Yeah, and we may add that Dong did get paid in full on the river last time from Meow when he made that call and was incorrect. So maybe just a little bit hesitant now. I mean, does Dong really do this with a king? Just a king?
No,
I
no,
don't
no. I
think
don't think
so.
so. He's just trying to represent. Yeah, he's just trying to represent the flush. That's it. Or maybe some combos of 8x, right? But how many 8x does he call when he's playing from the small blind? And he never has queens,
Not
kings.
much.
Probably only threes is
Yeah.
something that he could have. Pocket eights. He could have quads. But yeah, there we
Oh
go.
my
Just the
goodness.
right sizing. Yeah, yeah. Just using the right
Wow.
sizing to do so. Yeah.
Just big. When in
Well,
doubt, go big.
yeah. I mean, if you're considering making such moves, it makes sense that you go for like a massive sizing to put your opponent into a blender rather than going for a small. Because even like if I'm telling you, if Dong went like any smaller than that, like let's say 2.4, he would have gotten a call for sure. But this is like the
Yeah.
3 million mark that gets the fold. And more importantly, right? You want to be making these moves on the final table because the pressure of money is the highest on a final table, especially when there are 5 people left.
100% correct, actually. Well, it looks like Li Dong and Miao will tango again. Heads up here to a flop. Li Dong finding the pocket fives. Up against the King Queen O of Miao. King in the window. King 6-3, 2 hearts. Miao flopping top pair. Feeling really good about this, I can tell you. Just call. Oh, spicy turn card. Ace of hearts. Miao now nut flush draw. He also has that flush draw in that 5 of hearts. And he's going to continue to hang himself here.
Well, you call it hanging, I call it winning.
Wow.
There you go, we have a dealer change now. And Dong just taking away that chip lead, playing a massive stack now. Getting that bluff through, and then again bluffing Mr. Meow. Meow has to probably take a stand now, or just like keep out of trouble. Otherwise, if he keeps playing like this, he's gonna be losing a lot more chips, and he's gonna find himself in the short stack category.
Okay, for the KBC single day high roller, we already have 2 players registered. To those who are interested, you may proceed in our registration area. Once again, for the KBC single day high roller, we already have 2 players registered. To those who are interested, you may proceed in our registration area.
Well, definitely an interesting decision for Mr. Li Dong to go ahead and show his cards there. Definitely giving the rest of his table an indication as to the ranges he's playing.
There we go, Baji moving all in with ace 10 off from cutoff position, playing 1.8 million. The blinds have increased, guys. The blinds are now 100k, 200k, with the big blind ante of 200k. So just 9 big blind jam there.
And once again for the
Ace Jack for Ding Ding, facing an open. Oh my god,
So,
Richard.
those who are interested.
If Ding Ding is folding Ace Jack, I'm not sure what he's waiting for. Like, that was the perfect time to shove. Like, he's shown aces twice to Dongli. So would have loved to see a jam again with Ace Jack. Otherwise, the chip leader just gonna go after you and not even gonna realize that, what has happened in the last 10-15 minutes, and you'll be probably looking at a very short stack.
Yeah, 100%. Completely agree with you there.
PDC主赛事 A 组结束，当天小盘休息15分钟。
Chip counts up on your screen. Mr. Lee, still 9.6 bigs. The table shorty at the moment. Then Baoji, of course, I'm talking about the man in the grey sweater.
You may proceed in our registration area.
Well, we do have
Oh my
a
goodness.
call here.
Bit of an adventurous call. And actually, this is a big one. This is Meow versus Lee Dong. 15 million in the middle. Meow all in at risk with the Cowboys. Can Lee Dong find it with the spades?
Player risk is showing pair kings, king of diamonds, king of clubs against king 8 of spades. Let's see the flop. The flop shows 4,
Queen,
3,
3,
4.
4.
Pair
Only
kings
one
are there.
spade. Pretty clean
See the
for
pair.
Mr. Meow.
King shows 9 of hearts.
Okay, there it goes. Check mark to Meow. Full double up.
8 of spades.
Akshay, wow. Big one there. What do you make of that?
I think I say the same thing that the man behind is telling us. He seems more excited than Meow, getting that big double up. Oh, wow, what a misstep there by Mr. Dong Lee, giving the chip lead to Meow with 74 big blinds, 15 million now for him. Dong just, that's probably the first misstep that he has taken in the last 2 days, and that might seem to cause him the most. He still has a comfortable stack of 12 million, still sitting comfortably second in chips. Probably he's going to learn very fast from his mistake and bounce back. And in no time, I'm very confident he's going to take the chip lead down one more time.
Players are interested to play. You may proceed to registration area.
So we move on to the next hand. 5 remain. What a twist. We've just experienced pocket kings going versus pocket kings versus king 8 suited for the chip leader. Moving all in. Not happy to see that his opponent did have pocket kings. So the Cowboys holding there in that pot, giving the chip lead to Mr. Meow. Ding ding there, sitting very patiently, making very tight folds, sitting comfortably with 2.5 million.
Right for the KPC single day high roller to those who are paid and registered. You may now go to your respective seat.
Alrighty, short stack, Mr. Lin Baoji will move in with the offsuit Broadway King Queen O, and great timing for him. Other short stack in the big blind, Mr. Ding Ding, looking down at two uncallable cards. Nice pickup there, nice timing. And I think actually, my strategy at this stage, maybe just close my eyes, shove it all in, and then go on a nice dinner break, having locked up a good final table cash. Don't know about you, but 5 days of poker, I'm burnt out.
Well, that's the first thing that we are gonna ever do is actually work on your stamina. The poker stamina I talk about whenever we start doing poker coaching, because this is like once in a lifetime spot for many poker players. I'm not saying it's gonna be for you, but for most of the players, you're probably gonna reach this far only once or twice in your life. So probably make the most of it. Especially the money up top is really really big, like life changing money, $200,000. So just imagine how much protein you can buy with that $200,000
A
compared to
lot,
fifty
that's why
thousand
I'm saying.
dollars.
That's why I'm saying gamble,
So.
gamble, eyes closed, all in.
Buddy, now we grind every big blind and try to ladder up as much as we can. There's a lot of protein that my body needs. 200 grams every day for next 10 years minimum, and that is very expensive, even in Thailand.
100%.
There we go. Probably gonna see Dong open up this hand, Queen Deuce off. There we go. Ahead, ding ding with jacks. The JJ just jamming here. Dog's just gonna be feeling very bad every time he tries to open up. Ding ding, just picking up the monster hand to jam.
Absolutely.
It's just probably, yeah, like I feel like Dong's is gonna probably should take a step back and let others play, and because just he's just got that table image where all the players at this point knows that he's opening a bit on the wider side. So if he actually goes on the tighter side, he would probably get paid because of the people perception. But I don't think that is his strategy. His strategy is to just go all out and put the maximum pressure on his own opponents. Alrighty, ace eight suited. Oh my god, ace eight suited being folded in the bin, Richard. My goodness. There's one guy who's
Wow.
opening queen to solve. There's the other guy who's folding ace eight suited. Especially when there are like not too many short stacks on this table. Oh my goodness. Ding ding. Don't do that to me, mate. Open those suited ace X. Do it for the chat, if not for you. We want to see you win.
Okay, for the KBC single day high roller. For those who are paid and registered, you may not receive your respective seat.
KBC, we've been able to do a great task. All players
Mao not trying to necessarily get involved in most of the hands, just waiting for his turn. But that is that poker experience coming in handy, knowing that he doesn't need to win all the pots. He just needs to win the pot that he gets involved in or try to. We have 9-8 and probably see him jam and ding ding with the suited A7. Come on, mate, you gotta make this call. Dog's just gonna be going all in so many times here with like such a weak holding. And Ding's in just great shape here with suited A6. Come on, Dongli, you can make this call. Do it for me. Do it for the chat. Do it for Mr. Richard Cooper. Do it for yourself, buddy. A7 versus 9-8. Come on. This is the best, one of the best scenarios you will ever have as the big blind.
I mean, I don't see how he can fold this versus the chip leader.
That's how you can see him fold Richard, because I saw him fold ace jack. I was really scared that he might do the same this time. He's just playing for the ladder now. He doesn't want to get busted before any other players are busted. That's the impression I get from him. That's just too tight. Even in ICM, like you gotta make those calls. He's just only playing 13, and Baojin is the only player who's shorter than him with 12 bigs. Oh my God, that is such a blunder, I tell you, Richard. But you gotta give him credit. Like he's come so far. He's in the final five, and he's been just playing poker for 1 year. So there's a lot of learning that is there that he would be probably doing after whatever, like after he finishes this tournament, and would give him a right platform. Like now he has a very good base where to start from. Like he can go back, look at his mistakes, and start working on his game and become even better player.
200、400、400、大毛前入400。
Dongli getting away from an open murder in the last hand, jamming 9-8 and getting a7 to fold. Taking folding king for off.
Again, for the KPC single head order, to those who are paid to register, may now proceed their respective seat.
Well, folks, you're watching the WPT Korea main event. We have the final five for you, the fantastic five. Out of the 667 players who took part in this one, up top for this very tournament is more than $200,000. That's a lot of money. King Jack suited for Ding Ding on the button, 2.4 million for him, playing 12 bigs. A hand that he can easily jam. Opening might be a mistake here because there is a chip leader sitting in the small blind and he can really come after you. That is why Ding Ding just gonna fold King Jack suited. As we see Meow open up in the small blind with Queen 8 of clubs. Well, not open up, just jam onto his opponent. Ding Ding just playing very, very tight. Not sure why, but it's all right. It's his strategy. That's what has made him come so far here. Top 5 of the main event. What do you make of his strategy there, Richard?
Yeah, definitely interesting, and I think we are seeing a bit of a mix now. You know, they have to change it up, just given that they've been playing with each other at this given feature table for quite a few hands now. So definitely starting to get a couple of tells and starting to get a feel for each other.
We're now playing with 3 players. To those
Jilin with ace 10 off,
Those who are
probably going to
interested,
jam this one, playing 12 bigs.
please visit the registration area.
Easy jam, incoming. That is how you accumulate more chips by playing very blocker heavy range as jams versus the chip leader or the second in chips, especially when he's opening closing to 80% of the range. All right, these are the updated chip counts, folks. 74 bigs for our chip leader, Ding, sitting there with 12 bigs, sitting very patiently. His strategy is basically wait for other players to bust before he busts this tournament. There's a poker term that is very popularly used that you get paid to fold your hand, and that is exactly what he's exercising here. King Queen for Young. 14 bigs for him. Might see him jam. Does go for an all-in. And Dong waking up with a Doyle Brunson. Making this 10 deuce fold. Like that. Move by Young. Jamming King Queen off. This players are so happy to get a fold from their opponent at this stage because basically that is ensuring that they are not getting knocked out in that hand and maybe trying to build their stack at the same time. Chip leader opening with King 10 off, playing 15 million. Wow, this is not the moment to do anything crazy, and he's gonna let this one go. Dong lace with suited king folds, and we see Ding Ding with King 7 of diamonds in the big blind.
Those who are interested, you may proceed in our registration area.
Might see him defend this one, but the way he's been playing, I won't be surprised that if he lets this one go as well. Ding's probably playing the strategy to survive till his last mew, and that is what he's probably going to do, not try to play any hands, and hopefully that the other players burst before him, giving him ladder after another. And if you're watching this live coverage live, we really request you to like our stream and subscribe to the channel. We are very close to hitting that 250 subscriber mark. As we see, Ding move all in from the small blind for 2 million, 10 bigs. It's gonna be super happy that Meow hasn't picked up any hand to call him. Otherwise, he would be heartbroken because he's made such big folds to reach here. Ace 4 for doing snap mark on the button, giving our chip leader a chance to give a walk to Bauji. Bauji Lin, very, very happy to get that walk. Surprised to see Meow fold there because he should be playing 100% of his range. He should be having some all-ins and some raises. Even a hand like Ace Deuce might just want to raise, as it is the bottom part of our bottom part of our strategy in the small blind when we have such a big stack. Well, one of my favorite hands being defended in the big blind by Yong Lee. 10-9 of diamonds. King high, King 8 suited for Meow, our chip leader. Makes a very quick C bet. And good enough to take down this one. Really like Meow's approach. Nice, calm, C betting every flop. Trying to put pressure on to his opponents and not going out of the line at the same time. Very composed strategy. And that is something what you expect from somebody who has 25 years of poker experience.
Absolutely, Akshay.
Well, nothing much happening for the last couple of hands here. Just some raise and take in, some folds and some walks. Nothing exciting. As we see Yong fold a6, going to give Dong an opportunity to raise this one. And there we go. Just imagine how boring this table would be if we didn't have Dong. Dong just trying his best to play
Definitely.
as many hands as possible. Like we'll have nothing to we'll have nothing to commentate on here, Richard, if we didn't have Dong. So Dong is our savior. Well, these two go at it again. Pocket fives for Meow. Has two overcards to his pocket fives. Still calls the c bet because he knows that Dong's gonna be c betting very, very wide. Because he's opening so wide. Nine is a scare card for Dom because most of the times the opponent who called the flop c bet is gonna have a pair or something and pocket fives. Just gonna take this one down, and Dong's probably not gonna be happy about it. Maybe if he looks back at it, he would try to put pressure on a hand like pocket fives, especially on that river. 10 is a very good card for his range. As we bring you the chip counts. 3 shorties and 2 big stacks. That is the story of this final table. Since we started it, we've lost one player. The Japanese player, the only Japanese player to reach so far, was the first one to get eliminated. King 10 versus Ace 9 was the hand. And he couldn't spike a king or a 10. And he was sent home. Dongli with a premium here, king queen off. 12 bigs for ding ding. Oh my god, Bahuji with an ace jack. This might be an all-in on a call here, Richard. I don't see any way that Bao would fold a hand like ace jack off, and Dong probably two up his range. He's opening so wide that king queen would just feel like pocket kings or pocket queens for him. And then the jam is only for 11 bigs. What is Yong Lee thinking about here with 10-3 off? Does he not see an open from Dong? Wow. This might be a call. King Queen seems just too strong if you're opening 80% of the range here. You will never meet your minimum defense frequency if you fold King Queen off. But it's tricky, man. Like you can still fold and still sit there with a comfortable stack.
Yeah, I mean, oh wow, it does make the fold actually.
I mean, I don't mind that, Richard, because like the game is so easy for him right now that he can open and take down the pot. So anytime that he's facing an aggression, he's just taking the passive route, which is still alright, you know. Not too far. If the job has been easy for you, why gamble? Why take a chance when you can just open next 3 hands and take down the pots? Unless your opponent wakes up with a premium.
Well, A7 full mal, good enough to raise from under the gun. Obviously playing the big stack. And he's got shorter stacks in the later position, so just needs to continue the aggression now, one would think.
JJ for Yong Lee goes for an all-in option. And the fan favorite, Mr. Ding Ding, looks down at pocket 8 facing an all-in. If anyone is out there on this final table who can make this fold, it is him. And I really hope he does that. He's been playing very, very disciplined, very cautiously. And I really, really hope that he doesn't make this call, because it's going to be a disaster if he does that. Like, you got to be really careful, because this is the another shorty who's making the shove and not the chip leader, because the chip leader is probably going to be jamming wider than a short stack in this scenario. Being asking for the count. It is 2.1 million, sir.
Is he going to make the call or is he going to fold, Akshay? $1 million question.
Fold.
Yeah, I think so too.
Who's gonna give me $1 million though? You didn't mention it was it's $1 million question.
I said it's $1 million question. Didn't say I was going to give you the $1 million.
Answer. Oh, and you just said it's $1 million answer as well. I get that. Damn.
That's it. And I mean, you're calling there, right?
No.
Really?
Never. Yeah, never. Folding pocket nines also.
Even because it's versus the chip leader?
No, this was not versus the chip leader. This is versus the short stack. Versus the chip leader, I'll probably call sevens also. So, yeah.
That was meow, right?
No. It was Yong Lee who jammed pocket jacks.
Excuse me. Yeah, sorry.
The black leather jacket. It basically all boils down to the range construction. So for a short stack to jam there, right, he would probably have, let's say, 15 to 18% of a range where he will be jamming some hands and opening some hands. But if you consider that to a chip leader who's going to be probably jamming 25% of his range, and then he's going to be probably opening 20% of the range, or maybe more than that, like 40% of the range that would be opened, and then 20% of that would be jams. So that is, how I basically try to construct my calling range facing a jam. First, you try to break down their range, and then you basically decide how good your hand is versus their perceived range, because you can never be sure what they have. Did I make it too complicated for you, Richard? I hope not, right?
No, I'm just I agree, of course. I had it confused, right? I thought the big stack jammed and he folded the pocket eights versus a big stack jam.
Ooh, it's exciting times. Richard Yongley deciding to jam King 10 off versus an open from Meow and gets an easy fold. Ace 4 suited making that fold. Young's gonna be happy about it that his King 10 didn't get any flop turn or river. No showdown for that. Really, really happy.
Absolutely.
I mean, probably, Meow just can start open jamming when he's on the button because both small blind and big blind are on the shorter stack now. Especially with the suited aces, the small ones like ace 4, ace 3, ace 5 suited.
Well, yeah, that brings me directly back to my point about the previous hand. If it was Meow shoving, I think we're calling any pocket pair really in the big blind versus his open, right? Because we're pretty much 50% against any of his holdings except a starting pair.
Well, they say it's
Or
easy
what do
to
you think?
jam, tough to call. Yeah, yeah, exactly what you
Sure.
said.
Cool.
There we go. Number one, number two going at it. 6-5 versus Queens. Kind of scary board for both, but it does just feel. Oh, cheeky check by Meow, bringing that turn 8. Dong checks again, and Meow checking back one more time. Gives a pair of 5 to Dong. Does he go for that small, tiny bet? Probably putting his opponent into a hand like King, Queen, King, Jack. Oh, no, goes check. And Meow, will he open the action? He does that and gets a quick fold.
Well, a premium for the short stack Lin Baoji coming in for the min open. Suited connectors in the small blind for Li Dong. Let's hope for the big stack's sake he doesn't feel spicy. Chip counts up on your screen. You can see Meow out ahead, 83 big blinds. Lee Dong with 51. And it looks like we are going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands: WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾。然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了好客赛冠军，然后那次我贪下补没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次可能参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Korea 豪客赛会跟其他的过往参加的豪客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的豪客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands: WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
喜你获得了我们这次好课赛的冠军。
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且你是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了好课赛冠军，然后那次我贪下补没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WPT 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州这是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Korea 好课赛会跟其他的过往参加的好课赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的好课赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
他介绍过了的呀。
This is your commentator, Akshay Kapoor, and right with me, I have an amazing gentleman in the booth with me. His name is Mr. Richard Cooper.
Thank you so much for that, my friend. Absolute pleasure to be calling all of this action alongside you. We are bringing you the WPT Korea main event. This is day 5, final day, final 5. We've made it all the way here. All the lights are shining and ready for one of these gentlemen to grab that top prize of 214,000 US dollars. So folks, sit back, relax, grab a beverage, and get ready for some tip-top poker action. Wow.
I really like this jam here, Richard, by Yongli with King Queen, because you really don't want to open these hands, because there are two massive stacks that can really play at you and you won't be able to do anything if they do so. So you rather jam these hands yourself, like hands like King Queen off, King Queen suited, and maybe you can start opening hands like King Jack off and not jam those. Like Ace 10 off, you can even open, and then like you can just have open jams with Ace Jack, Ace Queen, King Queen off, King Queen suited, some pairs like eights, nines, things like that.
Yeah, I like it too. Well said, Akshay. I agree with those words from you. Pocket sevens, 10 million for Dong Lee. So Dong Lee goes for the open off the 40 bigs. Oh my goodness. He's going to find short stack ding ding. Look down at the Cowboys. All in. And let's see how adventurous Lee Dong is feeling. Oh, Akshay. Hold the phone. This might be slaughter for Lee Yong. Alrighty, there it is, Akshay. Unfortunately for Lee Yong, pocket nines, too good to lay down with that stack behind. Just goes ahead and makes the call.
Well, I'm sensing a 9 here on the flop or the turn. I just have a very bad feeling about this hand, that somebody is going to have a bad beat. I'm not sure if it's going to be Yong or Dong, but I do sense a 9 coming.
Well, let's see. The only one that can help us now is the dealer.
And we have all in a call, the final table for the main event.
Alrighty, there it is. It's official. All in and call. Mr. Lee Yong, pocket nines, all in. And not at risk though. Ding ding, of course, the shortest stack, 1.4 million. 5, 4, deuce. Clean as you like for ding ding.
The turn shows another 4 of spades, and player at risk is still ahead.
Turn changes nothing, and just pairing the board.
River shows a queen
And
down,
just like
player at
that,
risk,
Akshay,
roll
full
out.
double up for the short stack ding ding. Very, very nicely done.
Well, what a roller coaster ride it has been for Mr. Ding. He's been made some crazy folds, the folds that either you or me wouldn't even think about it, and he's right there, third in chips now. Only have 1 year of experience playing poker and just playing at the highest stages in the world, the WPT Korea here happening in Landing Casino.
Lin Baoji looking for change. Gets a couple of green ones there. Well, Leong, less than 10 big blinds. This feels like the one, maybe. King 8 suited in the cutoff. Maybe we're going to go with King 10 here. What do you think, Akshay?
Probably need a bit of time to see. King 8 suited, I think he's gonna fold this one. I know I was a bit too late to decide to reach to my decision, but it was probably on the cusp of it as we see Meow getting a walk.
Well, Lin Baoji, A7 suited versus a raise from Li Dong, and then a call by the other big stack. Very, very scary to be in there. So just lays that one down. And oh my goodness, what a flop. Ace, king, queen. Both player connecting with this board, and I imagine not going anywhere, just given it so dynamic.
What was the action pre-flop here, Richard?
Open flat.
Just open in a
Small
call.
blind.
Okay. And then lead on the flop. Wow.
No, check.
Oh.
It looked like he bet, right? It
Yeah,
said
it did.
check. Yeah.
Probably went like check, bet, call. As we see a spicy turn here, Richard. Dong making two pair and Meow sitting there with the nuts. He does have a jack, and he goes for
Check raises the
a
nuts.
check raise on the turn. Yeah, this is something that we don't get to see much of, like check raising with like literally the stone cold nuts. But that could be a troublesome if Dong decides to do anything else than just fold or call. All in would be very, very big mistake. Oh my goodness, this is a huge pot now, Richard. 6.1 million already in the pot. And we see a river of 7 of spades. What is the
Brick
right sizing
on
to
the
go
river.
here, Richard? Yep, total brick.
Sure. Nothing less than 3. All in. Okay, there we go. I would have probably gone like 4 million. Because my opponent's
Well, this is
obviously
1-2.
got more than one pair when he calls a turn bet, right? Especially on such a
Yeah.
dynamic flop. And he's calling
So
a
if you
check
put him
raise.
on, you put him on 2 pair, right? So do you think he's gonna call you 4 million with 2 pair on a 1-2 a straight card? Because if
Well,
you're
I
going
just
4
don't want to
million,
go
then you
super.
should rather.
Yeah. Carry on.
No, keep going. Sorry, I like to hear what you're thinking first, and then I'll let you know.
So my thinking is that I want to look a little bit weaker by sizing up. Whereas if I've got the nuts, I kind of gonna go a little bit smaller. You know, I want my opponent to think that I'm going to go a little bit smaller just to make sure I get the call from 2 pair. Whereas if I go a little bit larger, it looks like I'm trying to fold out 1 pair or top pair that like I haven't considered him having 2.
Because like if you ask me, right, going 4 million or like let's say going all in is probably the same thing, because he's only playing 6 million behind, 7 million behind. Sorry. So like if you're going for 4 million, which is still big because the pot was 6.1. So if you are going like 60-70% of the pot, you rather just go over pot all in. So in case your opponent is strong and has like 2 pair, like let's say top 2 pair or any 2 pair, he might look up your holding, things like that. But and then there is that debate of going small. Like when you go small, you definitely get looked up with 2 pair. Like if you go, let's say 2 million, like 30% on the river, and then also you are keeping the door open for your opponent to bluff.
So okay, so what do you think
Imagine
about 40% pot there, 1.6 million into 6.3?
1.6 in 6.3. Is that what you said?
Yep.
Yeah, I like that. Anywhere from 30 to 40%.
Okay.
There we go. We see Yong move all in. That allows you to bet your top 2 pairs as well, right? And fold if you face a jam on the river by your opponent. So yeah.
For sure. You still have fold equity
Like
then. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Like you have the option to fold.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, not that we want to. We just want to let our opponent know that we could be weak, so we're leaving ourselves that option
Yeah,
open.
exactly. And you want to balance it when you have a straight so that, if your opponent goes crazy, then he gets punished because your range is very balanced when you bet small on the river.
Mm.
Young moving all in with king 9. The short stack of our final table. Ding is not going to make that call. Ding's comfortably playing the third stack on this final table. Nice and easy for him. And the way that he's playing, I see really high hopes for him to go really deep in this final table.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bao Jilin, 2.5 million for him. Playing very disciplined. And he has been the storyline of our final table here, Richard. He was down to one big, came up to 20 bigs, and he's in the top 5 and sitting nice and comfortably, giving fight to our chip leader whenever he gets a chance. We see King Queen of Hearts in the small blind for Ding Ding. I really hope he doesn't jam this one. He can either go for a limp or a raise, but he does go for an all-in. That is not going to get any action from our chip leader who's playing 19 million, because I believe the whole Korea knows how tight Ding is playing at the moment, and they can easily adjust to that. And which is a right strategy, right? You have to play very, very tight when you're playing on the final table, and you have to respect the ICM of the game.
Aces now for Meow on the button. 20 million in his stack. Absolutely dominating figure here at the final feature. And Lin Baoji now in the small blind. Very, very conservative. Makes the folds. And no action for the aces of Meow. Ding Ding also quite a success story here at the final feature. He's been short stacked all day and just really made some tough folds, well-disciplined folds, and managed to stay alive until this point. So keep your eyes on him. All in for Baoji there with the Ace King O, not met by any resistance. He'll take that one down. Pocket fives for Lin will fold him in the cutoff. Less than 10 big blinds. Does have a couple of the bigger stacks there that will snap him off if they get anything marginal. Li Yong decides it's time. King 7. Good enough.
Good enough to jam 8 big blinds on the button.
And Li Dong's going to make the call. Pocket sevens are going to tango with the King 7-0. Who've you got here, Akshay?
We have an all in the goal.
My favorite buddy, Dong Li. He's the one who I picked first.
Against pair of sevens.
Alrighty.
Let's see the flop.
Yong Li looking for that king. He's got 3 outs. That's not gonna be on the flop, as we see Jack 4-3, 2 diamonds. No diamonds for either of the players.
Shows an 8 of diamonds. And player risk is still behind.
8, not checking anything. Still looking for a king. And unfortunately, just like that, Akshay, we do say GG to Mr. Li Dong. Eliminated courtesy of one of the biggest stacks at the table, Li Dong. And just like that, we're down to the final 4.
Finally, my side bet paying off, as we are 2 versus 1 now for your picks compared to mine. We do have a fan favorite still left on this final table, Mr. Ding.
Ding ding.
Ace jack off for Bao Jilin. Playing 2.5 million, 10 bigs, decides to go all in. Dong's gonna look down at King 10 off. So Richard, tell me what's like, let's say if you were playing a cash table, whom do you like to play? Like who do you want to be on that table with you? If you had to pick 5 others, you can pick anyone who plays poker, not just anyone who doesn't. You can pick any person who plays poker to be on that table. Who would you want?
Well, I'll just pick any of the whoppers out of this field. Actually, I don't discriminate. I'll take anybody who wants to give me their money. But
I never said they
know
wanted.
because
I never
you-
said they wanted to give you money.
well, I just have that attitude every time anybody sits at a table with me. But anyway, I think the more interesting question is, who would you have, actually, seeing as you're asking the question?
Oh, it's always coming bad at me anytime I ask you something. Oh, probably Greg goes all in. I would want him there for amazing content. As we see Ding Ding move all in. I probably don't mind Grant being there as well. That's 2. You, so that I can just forever claim the victory over you and just show the world that I'm the better commentator. That's 3, right? The other 2 probably 2 female poker players, just to spice things up.
Okay. Being who?
Yeah. There was this one cash game that Tom Don was playing. I'm not sure if their names. But, let me find that out for you. 1 second. I'll let you know.
On Hustler Casino.
Yeah. Do you know their
The
names?
Chinese girls.
Yeah. Both of them.
Zhao, Shu Lin. No, what's her name? I know Brittany. There's Brittany, and then there's Shu, XU.
Both of
Like
them.
that.
Both of them. I wouldn't mind them, or maybe one of them, and then I'll pick probably who would I pick? I wouldn't mind having Neymar there. That would get us a lot of viewers. Yeah. I wouldn't mind having Neymar. And he's got money too, so I wouldn't mind him there.
A lot of money.
Yeah, and he likes to gamble. So.
Do you know that Bruce Buffer also likes to play poker?
Oh yeah, I know. Like that announcer from UFC, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. But I think I
he'd be
assume
quite
that he
fun.
plays a bit on the tight side.
Apparently, he's quite aggressive.
I don't want aggressive players on my table. Oh my god.
Goodness. Did Lee
Are
Dong
we
just
gonna
flat?
see?
Oh my
Yes,
goodness.
he did, my friend.
Ace Queen on the flop. Oh my goodness, even worse. 10-9-5. Potential bloodshed here, depending on how this one runs out, actually. What have you got to say about this? C-bet from Meow.
What I have to say is don't go anywhere. This hand is gonna have some fireworks for sure. As we see both the players have overpair here. Dong with pocket queens and Mr. Meow pocket aces. This is number 1 versus number 2. Both of these guys are very, very aggressive, and we might see a check raise coming up on the turn. I really hope it doesn't happen for my favorite player on this final table, Mr. Dong Lee. I really hope that he doesn't pull the trigger here. But it is Very hard to believe that that's not gonna take place. He just calls, my man. There we go. Dong Li just making that
He
1
did
million
flat
call.
pre-flop as well.
Yep, playing beautifully so far. 4.5 million in the pot, and that is kind of a safe card for Mr. Dong here with pocket queens. But he does block Queen Jack, so you never know. You never know with him what he's gonna do. Well, Mr. Shen Jiang Miao with aces. He does have ace of spades. That's a big, big pot here. 4.5 million behind. Oh, sorry, 4.5 million in the pot. 5.8 million behind.
I think that king definitely saved Li Dong. Oh my goodness, he ends up making the call, Akshay. Oh, what devastation. Absolute devastation. 14 big blinds he finds himself left with, going from second in chips. Oh, brutal, brutal. Well, somebody's quite happy.
Yeah, we have a rail for Mr. Miao. A very loud rail, in fact.
KBC 给了 A 本来3，最后就是看的。KBC 主赛节目首回升毛300、600大盲前注6万。
But to be honest with you, Richard, beautifully played by Dong Li there with queens, not three-betting pre-flop, and really, really losing the minimum in that hand. There's nothing that he could have done with his pocket queens that would have resulted in an inferior loss. So he's down to 4.7 million now, moving all in. And ding ding with the ace jack. Right. Just looking down at his opponent's stack. There we go. Is this the downfall for Mr. Dong Li? Who moves all in with Jack 7. Gets called by Ding Ding with Ace Jack. The chat favorite, the table favorite versus the most aggressive player, arguably, right here in WPT Korea, Mr. Dong Li.
Yeah, absolutely bad timing for Mr. Li Dong. Does meet the ace jack of Ding Ding. Ace 9-6, not looking good for him so far.
There are some backdoors for him, a diamond or a 5. Needs an 8 and an 8 only. A date with an 8 on the river. Not gonna happen.
Full double up for Mr. Ding Ding, courtesy of the Jack 7 from Li Dong. Bit of a misstep there. Maybe not a misstep, just unfortunate timing is a better way to describe that.
Absolutely right, Richard. Just an unfortunate, unlucky timing for him. He's been playing marvelous so far, but the last two hands have been really, really bad for him, losing a good portion of his big stack. Ace-9 of diamonds for Ding Ding, playing 5.8 million now in the small blind, raises to 925k and makes an easy fold for Mr. Meow. He's just respecting. He knows that Ding Ding is never going to be out of line, and I can just keep folding every time he raises because every time he's going to show up with the good stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And down to the final four now. Big money up top. As we've said all week long, this is life-changing money, 214,000 going to the eventual champion here. Unfortunately, Mr. Lee Dong just suffering a series of bad knocks, and he finds himself down to just shy of 10 bigs.
Well, have you heard of that greatest rescue that is being done by Elon Musk right now as we live stream this final table? Richard, any idea what am I talking about?
Yes, I have. I watched it a bit last night on YouTube.
Yeah, crazy stuff, huh?
You want to tell us? Yeah, you want to tell us anything you know? Any insider information?
Well, not something inside, but there are two astronauts that are stuck in the space, and so far there was no country that was able to help them out, and they've been stuck for a lot of days, and it's really hard, as one can imagine, to be stuck in space, especially when everything is on like low supply there. So Elon Musk is probably sending a rocket to get those astronauts back to Earth, and that is taking place right now as we commented on this final table. So that is what is happening outside Earth in the space.
Not only clever, but also a hero.
Yeah.
Attention players, in 1 minute, you can go see Mr. Dong.
Well, the only guy to, safely land rockets back on Earth. There hasn't been any institution who has managed to do that ever before.
You will be started.
各位好朋友们，大家下午好。今天是 KPC 第一届比赛的开始，也是第一场小组赛 A 组。非常感谢大家的参与，在此表示由衷的祝福。祝福好朋友们春风得意，生活如意，平平安安，所欲皆甜，并且再祝福大家在今日以及未来的每一场比赛中跑马必胜，多创佳绩，勇夺冠军，好不好？大家，鼓掌。
So a round of applause going on there in the background. I'm not sure exactly what's happening, but definitely a festival full of events here at the WPT Korea.
那接下来呢，就是我们本场的比赛中游戏欢乐时刻，直达票圈跑马的比赛。本次比赛为20万报名，8进1。同时，这次的玩法呢与之前的不同。 增设了一人可以多压多门，一人可压多门的环节，只要满足8份报名即可开启跑马。无论你现在是多少的运势，都可以到我这里来增添运气，增加功力。我在1号桌等你，直到你满意，不见不散，各位。
They're probably just telling us how good we are at our job here at Richard, bringing all the live updates, the live commentary.
Definitely, no doubt in my mind there, actually.
Ace-8 off for our under the gun player, who goes for a non all-in here, playing 2.3. My pick to win this tournament. Ace 10 for Baojin Lin. 2 million for him.
Oh, surely this has got to be it, actually.
Yes, indeed. Two of my picks going versus each other. Ace 10 versus Ace 8. Lin having the advantage, and also, well, they have a very similar stack. Both of these players have 1 million behind. And there's an 8 on the flop, Richard, giving lead to Dong Lee with top pair, top kicker. Bao Jilin not gonna be happy to see Ace 8 flopping the top pair.
Player race is showing Ace of Hearts, 10 of clubs against Ace
Oh my
of
goodness,
clubs,
upset on the flop,
8 of
as
spades
you
on
said
flop
there.
of 2 of
Mr.
clubs,
Lin
8 of
all
hearts,
in and at risk,
5 of
needs a
spades.
10
Player
in a
race is
hurry.
again. Player race
Can he find
is
it?
behind. Let's see the turn. Turn shows a 2 of hearts that gives 2 pairs to the opponent.
Deuce on the
Same
turn,
the river
changes
to 9 of
nothing,
hearts.
and just like that, Akshay, he is unable to find the 10 he needed. And we do say GG to Mr. Lin Baoji, eliminated in 4th position. Well done, sir. Thanks for coming down to the final 3.
Well, they do say Richard Fortune favors the brave, and Mr. Ding is very, very brave indeed. My apologies there, sorry. What I meant was Mr. Dong, very, very brave. Up to 20 big blinds now, playing 4.9 million.
Oh wow, all in, covering stack, just going to make that stack work for him, and that's exactly what you want to see by the big stack here in the late stages. Maximum pressure, use those blockers, and send all of those short stacks straight where they belong.
But someone's really excited in the rail. Pocket Queens for our chip leader, sitting with 25 million. He has all the chips in play, and this is his tournament to lose. And Ding with the ace deuce. We are down to 3-handed. Going to defend his big blind. Jack 10-8. Nothing for the ace deuce. Queen 8 off. I think 4.3 million for Mr. Dong. Going to open up, try to steal blinds. 7-8 off for our chip leader. Oh, Dong limping from the button and playing in position. Really interesting move by him. Ace 10-4. This board normally favors the pre-flop player, and he's gonna take this one down and move to close to 5 million now. He started the day with almost 12 million, took some hit, but now is on slowly recovery. The most experienced player on this final table, Mr. Miao, with 25 years of experience playing poker, and definitely showing that his wise moves, his poker strategy, really working well for him. He did pick a couple of aces at the start of the day and hasn't looked back. King Jack off for Mr. Miao, who moves all in.
Well, 106 big blinds plays 18 big blinds versus 18 big blinds, so definitely a clear favorite at the moment here. Actually, you are definitely in danger of losing yet again in terms of the side bet. Good blind v blind timed aggression there by Li Dong, just moving in there all in, and you can see even though Mr. Ding Ding did actually have him beat marginally pipped, still had to make the fold.
Again, to all the legitimate players, if you buy once again in the same price, you will have 50% discount on the admin fee.
Pocket aces for Dong Li, who's again limping his option on the button. And we have a massive flop here with us. 5, 7, 10, 2 diamonds. Mao with a flush draw, straight draw. Goes for an instant check raise.
Straight flush draw there, actually. Yeah.
现场主赛事的玩家，我们这边有个温馨小提示：如果你在同一个级、同一轮、同一个组别再次买入
Turns a queen of clubs, doesn't change anything, doesn't complete any draw. Miao in really tough spot here. 2.9 million in the pot. Dong sitting there with pocket aces, looking to dodge 14 outs. And 1.8 million by Miao. And Dong's gonna move all in for his remaining 3.7. Now looking for that
And
diamond.
he's gonna get, yeah, and Mao snapping him off there very, very quickly, looking for a diamond, a 3, or an 8.
8, yeah.
Lee Dong all in and at risk. Needs to dodge 14 outs. Can he do it? Unfortunately, he can't, Akshay. And just like that, we do say GG to Mr. Lee Dong, eliminated in 3rd place. Well played, sir. Definitely a very dominating figure at this feature final table. Great pleasure watching you. Thank you, and come again. Alrighty, folks, we will just take a short break just to get ready for the heads-up photo, and then we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Just a couple of minutes, 1 or 2.
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands: WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
先恭喜你获得了我们这次好客赛的冠军，
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了好客赛冠军，然后那次我弹了跳舞没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WPT 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Korea 好客赛会跟其他的过往参加的好客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的好客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
他这个说的呀。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands: WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
你获得了我们这次好课赛的冠军，
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了好课赛冠军，然后那次我谈了下补没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP， 是最大的比赛。然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Korea 好课赛会跟其他的过往参加的好课赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的好课赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去。
Alrighty, down to the heads up. We have the most experienced player go versus the least experienced player that we have. One has been playing for more than 25 years, the other only for one. We see an all-in by pocket fours and ding ding with Jack. Let's see.
Testing.
All good, Rich.
Then we have Cooper and Kapoor, and what can be the last hand for the WPT. We have
Well, all in here, Akshay, pocket jacks versus the pocket fours. Mr. Meow needs to find a 4 to send. Ding ding pack in. Can he find it? Oh my goodness, King 4-8. That's exactly what he was looking for. Drama on the flop.
Let's see the turn. It's a 10 of hearts that don't not change anything. Let's see the river.
10 doesn't save him at all. And just like that, Akshay, we do have our new champion. Congratulations, Mr. Meow. You are the WPT main event champion. Wow, Akshay, what an ending.
What an ending it has been, Richard. What a pleasure to be here and able to commentate on this final table. Thank you for watching the WPT final table. It's been a pleasure.
Absolutely, folks. Thank you very much to my partner in crime, Akshay Kapoor. You legend.